Yes.
Okay, you gentlemen ready? Good evening. Welcome to the Surry County Board of Commissioners meeting for this April the 15th, 2024. Welcome all. Glad to see you in attendance. And we will call the meeting to order. And with that, we'll move right on along, and I will ask Mr. Larry Johnson if he will be kind enough to give us the invocation and lead us in the invocation and pledge of allegiance. Mr. Johnson?
Those who are able to stand. Our Heavenly Father, as we come to Thee in humble prayer this evening, we thank Thee, Father in heaven, for life itself, for our free agency, for the right we have to still to pray in public. We're thankful for our health and our strength and for our safe travel here this night. We thank Thee for those that protect us. We pray for this whole world and this United States, our state, North Carolina, and here in Surry County. We pray that we can be at peace. We can express our love more. We're thankful for those that serve our country, protect our freedoms. We're thankful for those who have chosen to be of public servants to us and protect us from evil and fire. And we're thankful for all of our county employees. We're thankful for, and we feel blessed to live here in Surry County. We pray, Father in heaven, for this meeting tonight, that we as commissioners, as things that are presented to us, that we can digest them and decide and make good decisions. These things we ask and pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Okay, gentlemen, you've had a chance to, well, let's do this. I'm looking for a motion to approve tonight's agenda. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Motion from Commissioner Mark Marion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second for Commissioner Bill Goins. Any discussion? There being none, all in favor of approving tonight's agenda, please let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. And you have had ample time, I'm sure, to look at the meeting minutes of this board that occurred on April the 1st of 2024 and again on April the 9th of 2024. And if you've read over them and like them, I am looking for a motion to approve both sets of these minutes. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Motion for Commissioner Bill Goins. Commissioner Eddie Harris. Any discussion? Being none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None. Also, moving right along, we have a fairly lengthy consent agenda, and for transparency, and so everybody can hear it out loud and we'll know what we're talking about. And yet too, we put some of these things in consent for the essence of time. But with that said, we want to describe these bullet point by bullet point. And Manager Chris Knopf, not yet, Chris. No. If you will, I would like for you to go over tonight's consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First item of the Tax Department end of month summaries, charges, and reports. Second item is a First Amendment audits resolution to create a policy for all county departments. Next is a workers' compensation claims and settlement activity from HR. Next item is the National Day of Prayer proclamation, which will be May 2nd of this year. Next item is the Social Services Annual Fraud Plan, which requires board approval. Next is a audit contract with Gould Killian for the fiscal year 23-24. Next are budget amendments 11 and 12. The first, number 11, deals with the health department and also additional revenue for fire districts in the county. Number 12 deals with additional revenue for the health department. Next is the Registered Deeds Historical Records Grant Program. This is something they're eligible for at this time for preservation of historic documents. And finally, a Parks and Recreation purchase. No new funds are required. There was something in their budget, a skid steer specifically that was approved last summer. They want to purchase and have purchased a mower. Now that they've taken over the grounds of all county properties, it was needed. And that concludes the consent agenda, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Gentlemen, you've heard the manager's report on the consent agenda. You've read them yourself. I am looking for a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. I have a motion to approve the consent agenda. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Mark Marion. Any discussion? There being none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to tonight's part of our meeting where we will have open forum. We will allow anyone to come up and say about anything you want for the most part. Have 2 or 3 minutes to do it. If you want to say what's on your mind, now is your chance. So I am opening up the tonight's section of open forum. Any takers? Now, if you're coming to speak about any rezoning issue, we'll take that up a little later on the program. But if you have other county business or just general comments or things you might want to say to this board, feel free to come up, tell us your name, and if you will, please give us your phone number. Yes, sir, please. Name and phone number.
My name is David Hall, 336-429-0074. I come before the board tonight to invite all the commissioners. I've already talked to all y'all for the walk in downtown Mount Airy this Saturday at 9 o'clock for the safety of the citizens and businesses. Spoke to all of you except for Mr. Harris. I hadn't talked to him. I want to openly invite the county and all the other cities, Elkin, Dobson, and Pilot Mountain to also be involved in this. So it's at 9 o'clock, starts at PNC, downtown Mount Airy. It will end at City Hall, and there'll be a few remarks and prayer at the end. And I just wanted to open that up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. All right. Anyone else for open forum? Scott Needham. Welcome. Come on up.
Thank you. Yes, Scott Needham, 336-444-8112. I just wanted to thank Chairman Tucker for coming to visit us a couple of weeks ago with Senator Settle. And they came with a check for the Armfield Center, and I really appreciate that. And also our rescue squad. And I just wanted to say thank you. And I also, while I'm up here, I wanted to thank all of the volunteers and the staff that participated in the concert and the festival we had this weekend at the Armfield Center. It brought thousands of people to our county, and they stayed throughout the county, and they saw all the beautiful things and the recreation opportunities that we have in the county. And so between that and Trail Days and Elkin and other events that we have in different municipalities here in the county, it's a great way for us to attract visitors and new businesses and new residents to our area. So I just wanted to thank everybody that took part in that and helped that out, because if without those volunteers, we wouldn't be able to do things like that. So, and we look forward to next year. It's just really nice to be able to get on that ballpark and a ball field and see really good acts. So it's really something special under the moonlight. Coming forward soon, we have the cruise-ins in Pilot Mountain. It'll be the first Saturday of every month this summer moving forward. And I guess I'll be able to tell you about this, but Mayfest is the weekend right after that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Scott Needham, Town Commissioner at the Town of Pilot Mountain. Thank you, sir. Any other takers? Anyone? Any comments? Any concerns? This is your time, open forum. Okay, looking over you folks, I believe that is it. So we will now close tonight's portion of the meeting on our concerning open forum. And moving right along, we have a couple of zoning issues that comes before the board tonight. And with that, I will ask Mr. Marty Needham to come forward. Marty is our Development Services Director. Good evening, Marty, and thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. First one tonight is case number ZCR 1242. Applicant's name is Christopher Macemore. The proposal is to reclassify 2 acres from highway business to residential general. Current zoning is highway business. Property is located off of Klondike Road and Logan Road. Has direct frontage on Logan Road. Highway business and RG zoning are located in the immediate vicinity. Staff communicated in person and by phone with the applicant in March of this year. Residential general zoning was requested by the applicant. The planning board recommended approval, and there were no citizens at the meeting against the request. And if you'd like, I'd read the planning board's recommendation.
Please.
Number 1, it eliminates HB uses that may not be appropriate for the area. Number 2, parcel is located in an area designated by the 2040 land use plan as a future use classification of mixed residential. Lands where existing population density is moderate to high and where there are a variety of land uses which have the necessary public services. Number 3, by rezoning the parcel to allow for residential use, the petition would further section 5.5 of the land use plan because it would offer more housing options, including healthy and affordable housing. And section 5.6.3, residential development, by promoting housing options that are healthy, attractive, and available to a wide range of incomes and family sizes, which is necessary to meet the housing need today and near the future of Surry County. Number 4, the petition is also consistent with section 5.6.6.1 of land use plan, which provides as follows: encourage mixed use commercial development where appropriate and where compatible with surrounding residential uses. And the last reason they recommend approval because it's reasonable and in the public interest. Housing is an important need of the citizens of Surry County. Promoting reclassification of land to permit residential use in suitable areas is reasonable and in the public interest. This area has existing HB, RB, RR, and RG uses established along US 21 North. This parcel has been listed as HB since zoning was established, but has remained a residential use since that time. Since this parcel has not been developed commercially since zoning was established in 2001, it is reasonable and in the public interest to reclassify this parcel to RG to allow residential use. This would also permit subdividing this parcel to double the number of lots available for residential development.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Needham?
That's all. Be here to answer any questions if you need.
All right. While we digest that, we're going to give everybody and anyone that has an interest an opportunity to weigh in. So I will open a public hearing concerning the rezoning amendment or request for amendment to the rezoning case number ZCR 1242. Anyone here to address that issue? Please feel free to come to the microphone and weigh in with your comments. And again, if you will, please give us your name along with your telephone number.
Christopher Macemore, 336-426-8588. I inherited the land from my mother, and with the economy is the way it is today, it's the only way I can afford to build a home is to use that land. And I'm trying to just make a bigger, happier home for that family back there. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Macemore. Anyone else concerning the topic of the rezoning case number ZCR 1242? Anyone? Any comments, any concerns? Gentlemen? Questions? Nothing? Okay. Looks like we will move on to closing the public hearing concerning this zoning amendment request. And with that, I will ask you gentlemen to weigh in. Commissioner Harris, believe this is in your backyard. If you will, being the commissioner from the district, said district of this zoning issue, if you'd like to lead us off and chime in, please do.
Thank you, Chairman Tucker. Yes, I'm pretty familiar with this location, familiar with the surroundings, and I do think it warrants rezoning. I'm in total agreement with the planning board. I think it's going to allow for a more appropriate use of this property going forward, and I think it's consistent with our 2040 land use plan. I think it's a win for the community and certainly this family. So I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else, gentlemen? Everybody good? Okay, all in, all said. Gentlemen, I'm at your pleasure. I'm looking for action. Do I hear any request for action or motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to rezone case number ZCR 1242, Christopher Macemore from HB to RG. Counselor, do I need to read the anything from the planning board in there, or does that suffice?
You prefer just to include in your motion that Board of County Commissioners adopt the state consistency and reasonableness from the planning board's board to.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, that includes the statement of consistency in the recommendation of the planning board. And and does conform with the 2040 land use plan. And I would include that statement of consistency in my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Harris. Do I hear a second? Second. Second from Commissioner Bill Goins. Any discussion on this item? No further discussion. All in favor of the rezoning request for ZCR 1242 from highway business to residential general, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously and the zoning amendment has been approved. Okay, with that, Mr. Needham, I believe you might have another one tonight.
Second rezoning on the agenda is case number ZCR 1244. Applicant is Industrial Development LLC, represented by Leon Inman. Proposal to reclassify 27.04 acres from rural agriculture to highway business. Current zoning is rural agriculture. Property is located near the intersection of Interstate 74 and Highway 601 in Mount Airy. It's actually located off of South McKinney Road, has direct road frontage on South McKinney Road. Staff communicated via phone and in person with the applicant in February of 2024. Highway business zoning was requested by the applicant. The parcel in question is addressed in the Surry County Small Area Plan as suitable for commercial development. 2040 land use plan further identifies this property as a commercial center and encourages highway-oriented commercial development where compatible with surrounding areas. Planning board recommended approval and no one was there in opposition. And I'll read you the planning board statement of consistency. The planning board recommends approval of this zoning amendment because the amendment is consistent with the Surry County land use plan, is reasonable, and is in public interest because, number one, the property is referenced in the small area plan with the Surry County land use plan 2040 and specified as an area for commercial growth. Number two, the property will be similarly situated with other HB zoning parcels in the area. Number three, the property is situated and has access to major thoroughfares I-74 and 601. Number four, the requested rezoning would increase the potential for job creation. Number five, the request is consistent with the Surry County Land Use Plan 2040, 5.6.4.1, encourage new and expanding industries and businesses which A, diversify the local economy, B, utilize a more highly skilled workforce, and C, increase area resident income in industries that are sustainable. Number six, the request is consistent with the Surry County Land Use Plan 2040, 5.6.6.5, cluster highway-oriented commercial uses along segments of principal and minor arteries in existing areas of similar development or around intersections. That should contain land uses that are mutually compatible and reinforcing in use and design. Interchanges along major thoroughfares serve as excellent locations for this type of development. And number seven, there has been no community opposition to the request. That's all I have, and I'll answer any questions you might have.
Gentlemen, any questions for Mr. Needham?
Was there any opposition to the planning board?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Had a couple of phone calls, but no one was there in person.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Needham. Okay, folks, you've heard the issue concerning the zoning amendment request for ZZR 1244. I will open up a public hearing and allow anyone to come forward to make any comment concerning this said zoning amendment request. If you will, state your name and your phone number, please.
My name is Michael Pyburn. I'm a resident adjoining the property in question. My phone number is 336-488-6679. I speak for several people in our area. The residential property next to this commercial property, which has been corn and soybeans for a long time, is a dead-end cul-de-sac, which means nobody goes up there unless they have business with the people there. There's no through traffic. And if we don't recognize your car, we don't know who you are. That's the nice thing about this dead-end cul-de-sac. Now, there are two roads that one of them goes into the property that you guys are talking about, and the other one is dead-ended from the prior development of our area. So the road that I want to know about is called, let me make sure I got it right. It's Highland Ave, which dead ends at the last house in our area. Is that road going to be continued into that property? And is there going to be construction traffic? Is there going to be tractor trailers? Is there going to be a lot of action going through our area to access that road? Or is all the goings on of trucking when the business is actually running going to be coming off, what is it, McKinney Street? Is that what it's called? Is all that traffic going to be coming up through that road? Because there is another road that accesses.
I'm assuming there is, but you may want to ask the developer
And
if they have a representative.
Mr. Jones, please.
I understand the question. I understand the question. I just want to make sure that the board remembers this is a general rezoning. It is not a conditional rezoning. So that any statements of intent by the petitioner or anyone else are not binding. In a conditional rezoning, you have a site plan and there are certain stipulations in there. This rezoning does not address access. There is no way for this board legally to condition approval upon a statement about what access is going to be used. Now, as far as the particulars, I'll let someone else address the roads and whether or not it's even an issue.
I just want to mention that, look, if it's a non-residential land use in the future, you'll have to get a driveway permit from NCDOT to access a public road. So that approval will come from NCDOT. An educated guess would be they wouldn't allow it to come through a residential subdivision. They would put it off of South McKinney.
I would think not. It's a long way around. The road that you're speaking of is the shortest route to 601 and I-74. But we're concerned in our area. Everybody knows everybody. It's like living in a little valley, you might say. And we're just concerned that, you know, all the repercussions of potential commercial traffic would do to our little area. Now, if they stay on the other road mentioned, I virtually see no impact to us. The other possible thing would be the types of businesses that go in there. Most businesses have everything under roof, where any noise or any disturbance they make, it's all enclosed within their building, and you know, noise and all that's taken care of by OSHA and all that. But there are other businesses which create a multitude of noise outside of their building, which could travel right across, and we could always hear banging and slamming and crashing and all kinds of stuff like that. That's a concern for a residential area. So that is another concern that many of the people in my area have brought up, that we're cool with, well, I'm cool with the use of the property for commercial use. I'm all about, you know, help out in that direction, but we don't want damage to our little area either. Anything else you guys got? Okay.
All right.
That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, come on up, please. Welcome warmly and state your name, if you will, and your telephone number. If you will, pull that mic down so anybody can hear. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
My name is Belinda Utt. My phone number is 336-710-1976. I've been a homeowner in Meadow Creek Manor Development for almost 50 years. It'll be 50 years this fall. My husband and I were the first homeowners in that development. Concerning the end of the street that's right in front of my home, when we purchased, there was an agreement that was drawn up, and I'm not sure what the proper terminology for it was, that street could never be extended. That should be here in Dobson somewhere. Okay, thank you very much. So that needs to be checked on and researched. My husband and I were very blessed to have lived in our home for almost 50 years until his passing. It's a quiet neighborhood with good neighbors. And as Mike said, we pretty much know each other. But it's been a double blessing for me to be there because my home is right next to the farmland. I've seen multiple crops through the years, from starting with tobacco, if that tells you how far back that goes, to corn, soybeans. And I've really been blessed to enjoy watching the wildlife come and feed on the land. And I just want y'all to know what the setting is in the development. It's very quiet, and we all have an appreciation for each other and for nature. Should the farmland be rezoned, there would be noise. And my yard and Keith Hawk's yard, anyone could walk right into our yards. It's perfectly level. There wouldn't be any effort. It would be effortless to come into our yards. Both of our bedroom windows are right there on the line. My line and Keith's both are very close. Mine's closer than his. And of course, there would probably be unsightly landscape, and our residential property value would go down. I've been paying taxes in Surry County for almost 50 years, and I don't want my property to go down in value. I contacted a realtor who's very well-known. I won't call their name, and they confirmed my suspicions that our property value would go down. There's a lot of granite rock in that land. I could not get a new septic tank put in because there's a solid layer of granite from my back porch to the front of my garage, and my lot is small. To get that granite rock out, and you can see some of it way over in the field where they can't farm for that rock, they would have to blast or do something to get that rock out if they was going to build close to where the rock is. That could cause structural damage to our homes. When 74 was put through, they forgot all about our development and blasted, and in turn, a new vein of water with iron in it opened up into our well. It was just like muddy water, but they forgot that we were there. So they had to put in a water system for us. I'm just stating that so you'll realize that this land has lots of granite in it. It's going to be an issue probably for anyone who does construction there. You know, we realize that we need new businesses. We realize that we need jobs in Surry County. But we feel that there are other areas that could be rezoned to supply those needs for the county. We are requesting that if this land is rezoned, that the purchaser of the land be required to put up a sound barrier at the property line. The requirement for a sound barrier should be included in the rezoning approval in writing. And that's what we are requesting, should this be rezoned. Again, I feel blessed to have been in this area and blessed to be in Surry County. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mrs. Zutt. Anyone else speak concerning the zoning issue at hand? Welcome. You will please state your name and phone number.
Mary Lilly,
Mary Lilly, thank you.
336-813-4288. As to the statement, no one was here to oppose on April 8th. Only one person received a letter, which was Belinda Utt. Belinda took the initiative to go around to our neighbors to hand this out, to tell us what was going on, because we had no idea. I think maybe some contact was made and it was said that we didn't need to be here when they presented to the board on April 8th. So we were ready to come, but we didn't, because of not enough knowledge as to how this board works and what we needed. So as of today, we are here to discuss this matter. I have lived in this development since 1984, 86, excuse me, 86, I moved there. And as Mike stated, Belinda stated, it's just a quiet little development. We all know each other. Some of us, we don't know each other. I've been there all that long. They're neighbors. I don't know their names, but we're all neighbors. We look out for each other. As to an industry coming in, do we know? Can I ask the board what it is? What's the plan for this that they are presenting that they're going to build? Can we ask? Do we know if the planning board has approved it? What is it?
We'll defer to you, Mr. Jones. I guess anybody can ask anything pertinent to the issue. What would be your wisdom on getting an answer tonight, and would it be appropriate? And does anyone have that answer? Does she have the ability to receive that answer tonight?
Yes, you can ask what their plans are if you want. However, you must be mindful. You may ask the applicant what their plans are, but those plans, that's like asking someone, do you plan to vote for me? Okay, it's not enforceable because this is not a conditional rezoning. And there was a very famous case with Carolina Court of Appeals where there's a hearing like this, and there was a shopping center, and I believe it was Lowe's, were a similar type business, large shopping center. And there were promises made, representations about what was going to happen on the general rezoning. And it was held to be illegal by the Court of Appeals and unenforceable. So with that caution, you may ask, but there's no comfort in it because it's not enforceable, because this is a general rezoning. All the uses that are listed here on these pages will be permitted. Now, it may be that the applicant follows through, okay, but you're not allowed to consider that in whether or not to rezone it. All of the uses listed for HB would be allowed.
And there are many dozen of those, and I assume that the planning board only had that before them as well, and it had to meet only one of those listed selections of the many dozen types of businesses that could go there. But they didn't get down into what business it was going to be exactly, as long as it met that general code for the zoning. Multiple, it's a huge list.
It's a huge
We have-
list, and there was no opposition from the community. And
Only one person received the letter.
If I could finish, and I understand, having done this before, I've also not shown up at the planning board, but employed by the county. But the point is, you may ask the applicant, but under the development ordinance and by law, you cannot consider what the applicant says because it's not a conditional.
Understood.
It's not by.
Are you saying we can ask the applicant or she can ask the applicant?
You're not supposed to as commissioners, but you could. It wouldn't be.
I'm not saying I'm going to. I'm just getting clarification on the legal technicalities because there's a strict legal criteria, as you well know, that we have to go by here. Yeah.
You may not consider what the applicant says. A member in the audience may turn around and ask the applicant what the applicant says. Okay, and there may be every intention to follow through with it is irrelevant because it's not a binding statement and it's not enforceable.
Is the applicant here?
Mr. Needham, yes. Come on up. Leon, please tell us who you are, what your name is, your phone number.
Sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I represent Industrial Development LLC in this matter in the potential purchase of this.
Number, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. 336-575-3157.
Thank you, sir.
Former county commissioner for
Yes,
14
sir.
years in
Honorable.
Stokes County.
Stokes County.
The applicant, Industrial Development LLC, has the intentions of building a 60,000 square foot manufacturing facility. Everything will be done inside. There will not be anything manufactured outside whatsoever. The applicant will manufacture metal roll-up doors, tubular steel, roofing metals, and other steel building components. They will make a $6 to $7 million investment in the county, initially employ 40 to 50 people at a beginning salary of $18 per hour. They are not asking for any county incentives. And I'll be glad to answer any other questions. They want to be a good neighbor. I've talked to DOT in Elkin. Traffic will come in South McKinney Road off 601, will not come through any neighborhood whatsoever. And we'll have a commercial driveway from the land owned to South McKinney Road. There are 2 homes down that road. The applicant will be glad to do any buffers if this motion is approved. They'll be glad to do any buffers for the adjoining neighbors that the board might deem appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Buffers.
I don't know that we can get into Mr. Jones, I'm gonna call on you again because I know that's a little bit sticky. We have our hands tied on how we can make a conditional, well, this is not a conditional rezoning request.
Absolutely correct, Chairman. And in a conditional rezoning, if the applicant agreed, the applicant could covenant to put in a sound barrier or a larger than normal. There are buffers required in the development ordinance, but it is industry specific and it's district specific. But you can't vary that here since it's not a conditional rezoning. You can't, a promise can't be exacted or made to the county commissioners.
Okay. I believe what he's saying is even if we agreed with you and we wanted you to have a sound barrier that was 15 foot tall or 20 foot tall, I don't think this board, it would be appropriate for us to, maybe we commiserate with you, but I don't think it would be something this board would be able to take into consideration that would change or add or take away from anything we would use to make our decision.
One more issue is using the McKinney Road. Now, I've lived here, and I'm not sure some of your family might live in that development. Your sister is my neighbor, I think. Somebody is, some daughter is my neighbor. And in the mornings, when I leave out Tim Watson lives in that neighborhood also, and I was behind Tim this morning. And I live out, I have to wait to see how the traffic is gonna let me pull out real fast, okay? I have to watch because people coming from Mount Airy to Dobson will run up the middle of our turn lane to get over in front of somebody else. It's a very dangerous traffic situation. It's gotten worse. And to pull out of that McKinney Road is going to be even more of a headache, unless you guys gonna put in another stoplight. It's horrible just for me to get out. And these are things that we want you to consider. We would like to be a good neighbor, if you approve it for Mr. Inman, but the traffic issue is really bad right there. I think there should be a state patrolman sitting in the middle of the median every morning, every afternoon, because it's just crazy trying to get in and out.
Yes, ma'am, I understand that. And again, I think that would be an issue for the North Carolina Department of Transportation. Unfortunately, not one that this board would be able to do anything except maybe at a later date, go to bat for you and get somebody to do an assessment or safety assessment or some such thing. But again, I don't believe that's going to be applicable to our task here tonight about the rezoning request. Mr. Johnson, go right ahead.
Our county manager, which I was getting ready to point, if I could, that the road's it's gonna get a whole lot better here next year.
Great,
DOT's,
great.
it's already been planned to Cody Trail from 74 all the way to Cody Trail here in Dobson. And unless they delay it again,
Yeah.
it's gonna start next year.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So
Thank you.
that hopefully will help.
The traffic issue.
Yes, ma'am.
That is the proposal.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Ms. Little. Okay, anyone else? Thank you and welcome. And if you will, again, your name and your telephone number, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Luke Harris. Phone number is 336-401-3448. Thank you for your time and thank you, sir, for letting us know, the intentions of the property. Me and my wife and my family just moved to this neighborhood. Everyone's been great. Before we even started talking about these issues, we just briefly talked about certain things we're doing in Surry County to make Surry County, and bring more people in. I'm a businessman for the company I work for. So I think it's super important that we strengthen our neighborhoods and do the best things that we can for the community. But the way, from I understand how I do business, that a community got a letter when one person got the letter is strange to me. And that Miss Belinda had to go out with her resources to copy that letter and give it to everyone else in the neighborhood that this is gonna affect. And bring down tax values. I got a little baby girl who means the world to me, along with my wife. The road is terrible in the morning. I mean, I know that's an issue, and if you are doing things to plan for the future, to make it safer, I appreciate that, but it seems like there's a lot of things hidden. Maybe that's how things are done. But for one person to get the letter when it was supposed to go to a community is funny to me. But, I'm all for more jobs for our community. I love growing up here. I've moved multiple times for sports, for business, and now I'm back and I want to stay here. But, it just seems funny that a job's coming in and it's bringing more issues of concern for safety, for taxes, for families, when that's all for what Surry County's for. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Welcome to Surry County. Anyone else? Anyone else to speak on the public hearing concerning the zoning request?
Mr. Chairman, can I, come on, man.
Come right on up. And if you will, pull that mic down a little bit and state your name and your telephone number. Thank you.
Doreen Bunker, 336-710-2141. As Belinda said, we've been blessed to be on that land. My daddy farmed that land. My daddy broke a lot of backbone, and that was my family land. It'd be sad to see it go. I have two grandchildren that live right across the street from me, and their safety is a big concern for this. Nobody knows we're up there. People, you'll tell them where you live, and they say, there's no houses up there. I'm glad you don't know, but now people are gonna know. My grandchildren live right across the street from me, and they run in and out across the street all the time. I don't have to worry about them because we watch them, but we know they're safe because everybody that lives there knows they're there and watch for them. People trying to get to that the new building business, if it comes in, don't know where to go. They could become flying through that neighborhood. You know, who's to say they're not gonna hurt my grandchildren? Or working in that building, I pray they're good people and they don't have any bad intentions, but who's to say? So I'm very concerned about my grandchildren and Luke's baby. And there's other grandchildren that come to visit in the neighborhood. You know, who's to say? And that's a big concern for us is our babies. So.
Thank you, Ms. Bunker. I think I was just going to say, I don't want to open up a can of worms here, but I believe we ought to be as transparent and open as we possibly can. I've heard it mentioned several times about not receiving information, and I think that is something that the county does, is send out notifications to the surrounding neighborhood. Mr. Jones, is it appropriate for the board to be apprised on how that effort occurred? And did it occur, and did it occur successfully? Or can we answer that?
Absolutely, and let me just preface, notice is by two means.
Can't hear you, sir.
I'm sorry, it's absolutely appropriate, Commissioner. Notice is made by two means. One is an advertisement, which ran for both public hearings in the Mannery News. And Director Needham, can you explain what notice was sent out? And the notice that is sent out, we track 160D and we track the development ordinance. So who would get
We send out notices
Raise
to,
that microphone up so they can hear you good, Beth.
we send out notice to all adjoining property owners that touches the parcel of land and the applicant that's involved. I have copies of 14 letters that we sent out. So if you live in the development, you may not have got a letter unless you actually join the property.
So if you're on the other side of the street, property adjoins the street, you live on the other side.
I'm sorry, sir, for, not to pick on you, but if you're going to comment, we're going to get you in line, let you come to the microphone. So everybody out in YouTube land can hear it. So you're saying there are 14 letters and you sent them out to 14 property owners that would, I see. All right. And these are public documents, I guess. If anybody wanted to see them, I'm going to lay them down back right here again. Yes, ma'am. I'm going to give you just another minute here. Go right ahead.
Okay. I just want to make a correction. Again, my name's Belinda 336-710-1976. After I run copies of my letter and try to distribute them, Keith Hawks across the street got a letter. And that was after I got mine. I don't know how much later. But when I took him a copy, he had not received one. So I just want to make that correction, that he did get one.
All these letters, I'll just say, were dated, I don't know when they were mailed, they were dated March 21. So I guess they were sent out on or about that time. Mr. Needham, would you say is accurate?
That's correct. We send them regular mail and certified.
You sent them regular mail and certified to these 14 people listed here in this letter?
Mhm.
Okay.
Do you also put up one of those signs? I see them all over the place. It's a sign on a post by the side of the road
Correct, on the property that's.
on the property. And where was that particular sign located
On,
in this instance?
on McKinney Road, yes.
On McKinney Road.
Yeah. Well, okay. All right. I think we've tried to answer that question, or hopefully we brought some clarification to the fact that the county believes they sent out appropriate letters. And Mr. Needham, you're quite sure that they were notified in a couple of different ways, as well as public newspapers and public signs. And hopefully we've added at least some information to that. Anybody else have any comment concerning it? Yes, sir. Come back up again. State your name again.
My name is Mike Pyburn.
Like fiber,
Pyburn.
yes, sir.
Just wanted to clarify, so they're only required to send notification out to people who live specifically adjoining the property. So if there's a road and you guys are the property, but I live on this side of the road and there's no houses there, but I'm looking at the property, I'm 20 feet from it, I don't get notification.
Let's dive into that. Mr. Needham, would you answer that question? Come up and answer that question. All right, you can stand there. It's okay.
Yeah, if you want to come here.
Come and address this question, please.
So we send notices to everyone that's touching this property around the perimeter.
Speak out
Even-
loud,
and
Mark, so
Even
everybody-
across the road over here. So there could be no houses on that lot. It could all be owned by the same person. I don't know.
So within the law, he's required to do exactly what he did. Is that what you're saying?
That's what he's saying, and I have to take him at his word until I can prove otherwise.
What I'm saying is that the spirit of what he's required to do, you did well. But it neglects the rest of the neighborhood who will be directly impacted, whether their property is on the property or not. We're going to be affected,
Well, I guess,
especially because it's a dead-end cul-de-sac.
if you took that to the nth degree, a lot of people would be affected that didn't necessarily live on a property that was contiguous to the property in question. Mr. Jones, you want to comment on that? What would the law require on that? Have we met every section of that, our ordinance and state guidelines or general statute?
In answer to your question, yes, it's the county's position that it has met the law with regard to notice. However, we have to acknowledge that it will always be the case whenever you send out letters we have to cut it off somewhere. Okay, and that's where legally it's cut off. I do understand that sometimes there may be people who have a more of an interest that are not adjoining, okay, and they don't receive a letter. It is an issue, and it happens. So I can acknowledge that, and I understand that point that you're making. And I'm not sure, except for amending the development ordinance in the future, how you would address that. There would be additional cost, and you'd have to refine that a little bit. But as far as whether or not the notice tonight for tonight's hearing was sufficient, it's the county's position that it was.
Okay.
But I do understand your point, sir.
All right.
Because of this one letter making out, it looks like we're being dumped on. It looks like we're being neglected and not being included into the process. And the only reason we were is because she made an effort to distribute the information. I understand they did by the letter of the law, but maybe the spirit of what it should have been done would have been a better step. And we would not be having this conversation today. We'd have had it back when you had your first meeting. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fiver. And we did do public newspapers. You did hear that part. And we did, I know, say, maybe they wrote them, maybe they didn't. How big is that sign? What's the dimensions of that sign, Mr. Needham? Big sign. All right. Yes, sir. If you will state your name and your phone number, please.
Yeah, my name's Eddie Lilly, 336-413-3191. Lilly.
Lily. Yes, sir. Thank you.
That was my wife I talked.
Yes, sir.
I've just lived here 12 years in this neighborhood. I'm from West Virginia. And where I come from, you're supposed to let all your neighbors know something. I got 200 acres in West Virginia. It's way off the path. And I would really be upset if somebody coming around my land wanting to purchase my land and even farmland. We don't have much farmland left in this country. It's going and it's going, it's going. We're going to have to keep on getting people to send stuff over from overseas. I think that you shouldn't let this land go to a developer, to a business that's going to build a big building here and interrupt the neighborhood. It's the first time I've ever lived in the neighborhood. I was raised on a farm. We raised beef cattle. But you don't let land go for a developer to come in and do that when there's other businesses that where they could go. In this Surry County, I know Surry County pretty good. And I know some other buildings that's empty that they could even purchase to go to. They want this land because probably can get it cheaper. I know what it goes for right now. And I wish you would just really consider not letting farmland go for a business to come in and build on top of people. There's places to put businesses in Surry County instead of beside of a housing development. And these guys are right. If they took down the woods in front of half of these people's houses, you would see that building that they're building right in front of them, their house, on their front porch. Some other people couldn't be here tonight because some having to go to the hospital and stuff. But I wish you really consider this. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lilly. Okay, anyone else for the public hearing concerning the zoning amendment? Anyone else? Okay, I see no takers, so
Mr. Chairman, when is it appropriate that we get to speak? Do we get to speak and share?
you can speak in public hearing, yes.
I mean,
Well, you can comment, but, well, okay, let's close the public hearing, and then I'm gonna ask for questions. Okay, the public hearing is now closed, so just to be sure, we are out of the public hearing. Commissioner Johnson, if you have comments or questions, let them fly.
thank you. Mr. Chairman, what I've witnessed tonight is that, concern for a neighborhood that somewhat don't know what's going on, but they've been somewhat pleased by Mr. Inman sharing what he knows, and he's representing this developer, this company. I know there's concerns about the road, going in. I assumed that McKinney Road would be used all the time. I'm sure with a large company, that, there will be plenty of signage there saying this is where you would need to go into. Of course, yes, there is people like myself, hard-headed, that don't pay attention, maybe get lost. And so there might be an occasional, somebody going through the road. I've actually rode through it myself, even though I have a daughter that lives in the neighborhood, but I was just curious to see what's there. So curiosity brings some folks out. I'm also concerned about protection for the neighborhood. I know that we're bound by law. Surry County does require some type of buffer to go in once the process proceeds on. It's up to the developer. He said they would be willing to comply even more so than what's asked, possibly. I think I heard him say that. Over 20 years ago, I had the opportunity to have some land rezoned to start a family business, not knowing, but, and all the neighborhood down in that area, even my first cousins didn't know what was going to happen, but they all showed up, and I was denied. I was denied the first go around of rezoning. But the more information is passed, even though it can't be firm, but all I can say to you that I feel like this area in White Plains, the family wants to sell, the owners wants to sell their land, and they have the right to who they want to sell it to, and that's the way it is. You say that it's real hard. You couldn't even put in another septic tank. I could imagine what others, if you want to develop it for more residential, what is the land good for? It's a hard thing to think about. But my concern was for safety and for a buffer and for traffic. And I told my daughter that as long as those things would comply, I think she'll be all right. And she is one of those owners that her backyard borders this property. And so I feel like the information that's been shared tonight has been sufficient as far as we can take it. And there's still some unknowns, and but it's just hopefully that things will work out the best for all of us. But I have listened to your concerns about protection. I can't really say anything much about the noise other than propose that all manufacturing will be done within. I don't know of any sound barrier that you can build that's going to protect you from the noise such as, but there can be a good site buffer and a protection buffer for the adjoining property owners. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. And gentlemen, any other questions or comments from this board?
And I'll just say, I think, if you've listened to meetings, you've heard me, I think communication is important. I think most people have heard me say that in this meeting. I think there's times that we've got involved and that we could do a better job. And I think it's probably one of those things that, we probably need to look at, when you have a community that butts up to a rezoning, that we inform everybody in that community. And I know that's hard to do, but this is not a huge community. And I do think that's important. I do think we dropped the ball a time or two where we didn't communicate with people. I think that's important. I think where we place signs, and I think I heard that signs are up the road where these people don't go. They didn't see the signs. Maybe we put a sign at 601 and McKinney Road and in front of the property would have helped this situation. And again, we're about being transparent, and we'll acknowledge when we think we need to work on something. But I do agree with you on that. I would say, I don't have a crystal ball. Probably won't happen when I'm on the board. Here you talk about water and things of that nature. If this area were to develop like I think it's going to develop, you might see water and sewer one day in your neighborhood. I'm just, might not happen when I'm on the board, but it could happen. It could happen at some point in the future. I'm not making you a promise there. I'm just saying that's a possibility. I hear about land values, and I'm not sure that this is going to adversely affect your land values. It might make your land value go up if somebody wanted your land. So for future expansion, I mean, I'm throwing things out there, but I do think there's potential for positive to come out of this.
Okay. Anything else? Any other questions? Any other comments? I was going to
Mr.
go
Chairman,
right ahead.
I just had one comment. The counselor, and this is just curiosity, not that it's going to affect my decision on this one way or the other, and legally I don't think it can, but I was just curious. I didn't quite catch the name of that corporation you said was going to develop this property. Mr.
Emmons, come on up if you will, Mr. Emmons. Come on up if you will and say that again, please.
Industrial Development LLC is the name of the company.
And if you may, who are the legal registered principals at the Secretary of State for that LLC, sir?
I honestly don't know, sir.
You don't know?
They're from Acero, Texas.
Acero?
They're from Texas,
Huh?
but I don't know that. I don't have that information.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Emmons. Anything else? I would just say, it's always interesting, these rezoning requests. We may not always get it exactly right as a county. It is a process. The applicant comes and makes a request to go before the planning board. That's part of the North Carolina general statutes, the way the requests flow. There are public hearings held at the planning board. There is time for comment. I know I've heard you. You said, well, we didn't know, we didn't see the sign, we didn't read the paper, we didn't get a letter ourselves. Maybe that's not a perfect system. Maybe that's not a good system. I think it has met, I think it's been demonstrated here tonight that it has met our legal obligations, but certainly we want to do more than that. We don't want to do anything in privacy or in secrecy or something that's adverse to the good of the greater whole of Surry County citizens in any way. But as far as making a decision on this process, I think every check mark has been met as far as the county procedural way to go about our ordinance following North Carolina general statute concerning zoning and amendments to zoning And that's what we have here tonight, and it's hard to go back and re-ring the bell, but I think the process, for the most part, did work. Maybe we can do a little better going forward on informing everyone and anyone, with other means and other processes. So it's a learning process for us too, but I do believe the county has met our markers, on trying our best to have public comment and get this thing right. Mr. Emmett, you're raising your hand. Yes, sir. Would you like to come up again if you want? Just come on up. Please, sir. Got the, that's all right. We got the YouTube channel out there listening.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Harris. The president of Acero Building Components is Ignacio Chavez. I want to make sure was that what you were asking me? Is
Yes,
that?
it was. And I do have one more question out
Yes,
of
sir.
curiosity, sir, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
I think and correct me if I'm wrong, you did say that although they're not legally bound to do any of this, I mean, you know, anybody can say anything they want to, but this, Highland Avenue, did you say that it was their intention to, not use that? And I know these folks made reference to some kind of covenant.
If they in no way, shape, form, or fashion have any intention of going on Highland Avenue, they will come in 601 South McKinney Road. Are you familiar with the property, how it lays and everything?
Yeah, pretty
The
much.
frontage, they'll build a commercial driveway from the property to South McKinney Road.
Uh-huh. And you are the realtor, sir? Is that what?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. But that property does join that Highland Avenue, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I think so.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
The,
Go right ahead.
and may I ask Counselor a question?
Sure,
Yeah.
go right ahead.
Uh,
That's what we pay them for.
Yeah. Now, I know there's a set of circumstances surrounding this rezoning, that we have to make our decision by. And, would the fact that Highland Avenue touches that, property, could a county commissioner theoretically make his decision based on the fact that that property does go through a neighborhood and does join this larger tract of land that a corporation from Texas wants to develop? And the fact that they have said they're not going to do that, but the road to, you know, where is paved with good intentions. And when they buy the land and it's rezoned, they can do anything they want to. I mean, they could bring 1 million trucks in and out of there, if they so choose. I mean, that's just a fact of reality, unless there is a covenant on file with the deed when that property was developed. And perhaps that, Mr. Chairman, perhaps that's a question for, as well, you answer my question first. Is that something that one could consider in this rezoning case if he was so inclined?
Yeah, I think there's several things. Let me try to break them apart. As far as a covenant, the board can't consider covenants if there are covenants that are valid, that run between this parcel and the other parcels, as opposed to the parcels in the development. Okay, and you understand the distinction there. Okay, if there are covenants, that's a matter for examination by the landowners.
I understand all that, sir. I understand every bit of that. All right, let me, and I'm just trying to satisfy my curiosity here.
Okay. As far as how you base your decision, okay, you may look at all the factors. You may have concerns that there is a neighborhood next to this. You may say this area is in the 2040 land use plan for commercial development. It has access that meets the other criteria for this type of district. You may take a look at this list, which is lengthy, okay, of the allowed uses. You must read every single one of those uses that are allowed in this district and make a determination that you believe that all those uses for this entire parcel would be appropriate, given the fact that there is a residential development sitting right next to it. Does that answer your question?
Or I could consider those appropriate, or I could not consider them appropriate.
Exactly. If
Yeah.
you don't consider any of these uses appropriate, then the proper course is for an applicant to make a conditional rezoning request limiting the uses with a site plan.
Okay.
But you cannot under any circumstances say that someone has good intentions, they're saying they're going to do this, and we're going to base our
I
rezoning.
understand that. I understand that. Is there any landowner out there that is ironcladly aware that there are covenants that a commercial developer can't use Highland Avenue?
Would you come up, please? We'll just get all this on the public record for everybody to hear, and if you will, just for the record, state your name again to the listening audience
Belinda Utt,
and phone number.
336-710-1976.
Thank you, Ms. Hutt.
As a young couple buying their first home, my husband and I wanted to check everything out. And in this covenant, not only can there not be any throughway traffic, no roads extended, but you couldn't have old cars sitting on your lot. You couldn't run a business.
That wasn't applicable to this adjacent tract of land.
No, but I'm just saying,
Yeah,
all those things were included.
understand.
I don't think I have anything like that at home. I will look and see.
Well, I would assume that you folks would have researched that heavily by now.
We did. Well, no, I haven't.
I do have a question. They do have a time limit on. Was that covenant re-upped at the appropriate time? But most of them have them usually 30-year. I think
I
it's
don't know.
about 30 years. isn't it?
Typically 25, and some of the provisions are automatically renewed. Some of the older developments don't have the automatic provision, and you have to reassert the restrictive covenants to remain effective.
Well, and even this developer who developed her development that she lives in, the covenants would only be applicable to the lots he sold, I'm assuming, and not that road. I would imagine that, although I don't know that. Mr. Jones, sir, was the applicant chose to go the path of a general rezoning as opposed to a conditional rezoning. Is that true? Was that his choice or?
It's true. An applicant always decides whether or not to go for a general rezoning, which permits all the uses, or a conditional rezoning, which is more limited and has a site plan. That is the choice of the applicant.
Okay, and this board could deny this rezoning, and say that a conditional rezoning would be the more appropriate path. Is that correct?
Absolutely, the board could do that, and the board could defer its decision tonight. Am I correct, Ed? If it wanted to gather more information, or the board could deny it and also go ahead and allow the developer to resubmit conditionally, because you would have to remember have a supermajority to allow that in less than a year. We covered that at the Red Oak, which is quite different circumstance.
Well, I guess my concern here is, and I respect the process and I respect what's going on. And I've done a lot of these in my 14 years here. I've seen a lot of them. And I always try to use what I call the castle doctrine. And there's many reasons why I do that, is because the folks that live next to something, it's not, it's a very dense neighborhood. And I try to take that into account when someone comes before this board and weigh all of the factors involved. And it's not easy. This process is not easy, and it's complicated.
I will say that at the time that we bought our home and was told that this covenant was in place, we were not told that that covenant would expire in X amount of years. We were not told that.
Okay.
But it could have just been, I mean, it could have been omitted just to make a sale. I don't know, but I know there's one that exists.
Well, there's a lot of reasons that could play into this, from the perspective of a county commissioner, in my view, and I'm just one person on this board, but nevertheless, thank you for answering my question, sir.
Well,
Thank
I'm
you.
not sure I did completely, and just to put it in simple language, the restrictive covenants really are not relevant tonight. If the board
I
has,
understand that, sir. Yes,
right,
yes.
and if the
I know that.
if the board has concerns that this be more appropriate for a conditional rezoning,
That's where I was headed with that.
and that
That-
because that would be
That's where the covenants, I mean, I'm just in here
yes.
trying to, these are ambivalent things that aren't germane to my decision on this. The questions that I was asking were just general in nature and for informational purposes and not relevant to making the decision tonight, but thank you.
Understood, but
Okay.
if the board does think that they would prefer to see a conditional rezoning and a site plan, given the large residential presence, that would be in the public interest and reasonable and consistent with the land use plan, it has the authority to deny general rezoning.
I probably think that's the case in my regard here. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Gentlemen, I think that concludes a lively discussion after a pretty long public hearing. Again, I started with Mr. Harris on the one that was in his backyard. We all have a vote here, but I'm always highly interested in the commissioners that reside in the district. So we have two Mount Airy District Commissioners here, and I am going, yes. Yes, sir. Mr. Jones, please do.
If you do decide to deny this application and you want to allow the landowner, or excuse me, the petitioner to resubmit a formal site plan for a conditional rezoning in less than a year's time, you will need 4/5 vote, and you need to put that on the record.
Okay.
And then, if that did happen, I would suggest that there be a sign-in sheet, okay, if the board's going to go that direction, so that everyone that's here gets direct notice, even if they're not required to get notice.
Okay. Everybody back there understanding that? We haven't voted yet, and we're not quite sure where we're going here, but if we do go in another direction, while you're here, get your name on a sign-up sheet to be notified of future developments. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Emmett, come on up again.
One last time, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't sure where Highland Avenue was. When you're looking at South McKinney Road, Highland Avenue is up here at the far northwest corner of this property.
Mm-hmm.
And in no way, shape, or form is a truck going to be coming down Highland Avenue. They would have to go through the entire neighborhood to get to Highland Avenue. The applicant would be willing to put whatever buffers that this board would deem appropriate to make sure.
But we can only do that in conditional rezoning.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just want to point that out.
All right.
Thank you.
I think that's kind of the discussion. Commissioners, Goins or Johnson, you want to weigh in first?
Well, I'll make a motion that we require the landowner to submit a site plan, and that we give them what's a reasonable time.
All you have to say is that they are allowed to resubmit anytime they want, less than a year.
They have less than a year to,
No, I'm sorry, they're allowed to submit it in,
they're allowed to submit it within this year.
nice.
They're not gonna be penalized a year. Make a motion to require the landowner to submit a site plan, within, this year.
Going back before this, do we need to decide that the proposed zoning amendment is not consistent? We need to add that and then add into that, but we're going to consider a conditional rezoning.
Yes, and if I could, if there's a consensus, can I just phrase the consistency statement for the record? Is there a consensus?
Yes, there is. Everybody agree? Consistency statement is we're not going to do it tonight, but
The consistency, there's three things here. One, you're going to deny the application for general rezoning. Two, you're going to say that it's not consistent with the land use plan 2040, not reasonable and not in the public interest because this land abuts a large residential development and there are certain uses listed for HB that would not be appropriate because this is a general rezoning and because that it may, in the board's opinion, require a larger buffer that cannot be required in a general rezoning. That's the second, the same motion, and I think the same motion can do the whole thing, and that the 1 year bar or 1 year time limit waiting period not be applicable to the petitioner, so the petitioner can come in tomorrow morning if they want to and submit a site plan and go through the process of advertising this again and another public hearing. And that the 1 year waiting period not apply to the petitioner, so the petitioner can immediately, if they want to, resubmit a application for a conditional rezoning.
okay. Mr. Owens, you want to add that to your motion or you?
Let's make a motion that we deny the application for, rezoning. That it's not consistent with the, land use, plan 2040. The reason being that it butts up to a larger residential area that, in which the, developer, or in which there's several uses that are not appropriate for that, residential, property. And that we waive the 1 year waiting period, for applying for another rezoning.
In order to get that last part, we will have to have a 4 out of 5 votes or 80% vote. Okay. Gentlemen, have a motion on the table. I am looking for a second.
Second.
Second, a motion by Commissioner Bill Goins, second by Commissioner Mark Marion. Any discussion?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. This next rezoning will be conditional. Is that a correct statement?
Correct.
That you are waiving the 1 year rule, provided that the application is conditional with a site plan.
Okay, I understand. And just like I tried to say a little bit ago, I think more information will be helpful for the community and for us commissioners. And this covenant, I'd like to know if that was still, that would be important to me also. If not, how it can be fixed, or if not fixed, or whatever, I'd like to know. So, thank you.
If the site plan shows where access is, there can be no other access.
Right on. I'm glad we're taking those steps, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay, I'm calling for vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 0. The motion carries unanimously and does have the 4/5 majority to go with it, for the record. Thank you. And we alluded to it a little earlier. There will be a sign-up sheet as early as right now, here in a few minutes. We've already got it on the table up here. If you folks want to come up and sign it, we're going to take a pretty hard 10-minute break and come on up and get your information on the paper. Thank you. We'll be back shortly. Yes, sir. You may be excused, Mr. Jones.
Marty, emails also.
You have help me.
You understand what I'm saying? Understand what I'm saying? You were. Yeah, okay, we were. Okay. Thank you, folks, for hanging around here, and we will continue on. And I believe up next, we have County Attorney, Mr. Ed Woltz, and he's going to talk about some surplus property at 113 McMichael School Road. Go ahead, Ed.
Yes, sir. The county surplused the Red Hill Creek Community Center, I guess, a couple of meetings ago, and wanted to know what the options were for disposing of the property. Just as a reminder, the county acquired that property over 20 years ago and leased it to the Red Hill Creek Community Center, and they subleased the thing to Wavetti, who operated a Head Start program out of that facility. Wavetti ceased operating the Head Start program, and this matter came before the board, and it seemed like a reasonable path to dissolve the three-way lease relationship. And that's what I undertook to do. It appears that Red Hill Creek Community Center was not aware that the county owned the facility. And they have some plans for using that facility in the future. I'm not exactly sure what they are. But it's certainly worthy of discussion. Given the fact that the county owns the property, there are essentially three options that you have if you're going to dispose of it. One is a sealed bid sale. One is a negotiated bid subject to upset, which is typically what the county does with surplus property. And the third option is a public auction. And I guess the wild card is if Red Hill Creek Community Center announces firm plans for a future of that of that facility, that the board could consider those plans and, you know, evaluate the situation. But I don't know what the plans might be.
Who have you spoken with there that represents that interest? I mean, are you able to say, is it an organization? Is it an individual? Is it individuals?
I have left messages with who I believe is the president of the community center. And I have not talked directly to him. Denise Brown connected me with this person, and apparently it is organized, and I've, we've discussed looking at minutes and seeing how formally the facility is organized, but I don't know that yet.
Ed, are you saying that this community organization, I thought I heard you say that they did not know that the county owned it?
That's correct.
How was our lease done?
Well, we have a lease where we leased it to them.
Okay.
And then they subleased it to Wavetti. So there is a three-way lease. And what I assume is that the current management wasn't there when this thing was initially hatched. And nobody really knows how things are. They just assume how things are. And the assumption is wrong.
what was their money changed hands from leasee to leasee to,
No, Wyvetti paid $400 a month to Red Hill, and Red Hill paid $1 a year to Surry County. And, one of the questions is, where's the money? There are a lot of questions going out there, and I'm not insinuating anything, but I have more questions than I have answers.
Well, I guess you threw a new wrinkle here, which is maybe it's perfectly fine. We talk about these things. But the board had already taken we had already taken action to
Yes, sir, you surplus.
surplus the property.
Right.
And originally scheduled for tonight was to get you to give us an assessment on the possible ways that we might best do that. Actually, to the point that the county might be the better recipient of what's the best method. But now you're saying you have.
I guess the red herring is that at least some members of the community center board wasn't aware that they didn't own the facility.
Yeah. But you haven't spoken with any of those. You don't know how many they're representative of. I mean, is it one? Is it two? Is it three? You don't know. You haven't spoken to anyone. What are their current functions that didn't we lock the doors many weeks ago? There's not any functions going on there now.
We did lock the doors.
Okay, so the doors have been locked for weeks, if not months. I can't imagine a lot of activity going on there if that be the case. Is that the case? When was the doors locked? About at least a few months.
It's been a few months. That would be a
Yeah.
question for Jessica Montgomery.
I can't imagine a lot of activity that's been going on with locked doors. But, gentlemen, what's your pleasure? What's your thoughts?
it appears to me that you need to get a few more answers made. Is that correct? I mean, answered?
That would be my recommendation.
And I'd like to report the playground and the storage building on the property belongs to Wyvetti. And federal government, through the Head Start program, furnished the money for those. So they belong to Wyvetti right now until they get an answer from the feds. I guess you can say that, right? Feds, that does not to be included in any fashion or form
And just to
as of Thursday night at 6 o'clock.
further muddy the waters, county acquired this property through a community block grant program from HUD. And there are no deed restrictions of record, and we have been unable to locate the HUD documentation that substantiates the grant. So, we need to figure out whether we can sell the thing if that's what the board decides it wants to do. Or retain it, or, it's a mixed bag up there.
Okay, so
Certainly say that there is interest of folks wanting to buy it. More so than what we heard the other night.
And I certainly want to be able to render an opinion on whether or not the county has the ability to sell it. I think they do. But it bears some further research.
Okay, so your recommendation tonight, based on everything that we have known, all the actions we have taken, and then every new thing that you bring to us tonight, what is your recommendation for the board in keeping with county's best interest?
I would bring it up in a month.
Okay, gentlemen, comments, questions? None? Consensus? Everybody good to do that? All right, consensus. Okay, here, Ed?
Yes, sir.
All right, I think you got one. Thank you. Mr. County Manager, Chris Knopf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First item I have is you have a memo, it's attachment A under my items, and it is from Denise Brown, the Finance Office. Recently, the RFP for inmate medical services was released, and our purchasing agent received 5 submittals. As you can see from the memo, those were IMS Correctional Healthcare, Medico Incorporated, Scenic Health Management Services, PLLC, Southern Health Partners Incorporated, and WellPath LLC. A review committee of 6 individuals, and I'll list them all: Sandy Snow from administration, Denise Brown, Miranda Jones from finance, and then Larry Lowe, Randy Shelton, and Justin Steyerwalt from the sheriff's office, reviewed all 5. They ranked them, and within your packet here and then within the memo, you have a ranking of the top 3. And then in the paragraph below it, you have a little detail about the other 2 that were not ranked in the top 3. I'll read off the top 3 and the prices associated with each. Number 1 was Southern Health Partners Incorporated at $694,020. Second was Scenic Health Management Services, PLLC, at $952,248. And third was IMS Correctional Healthcare at $970,000. The other 2 that did not make the top 3 were between 1.7 million and 2.9 million. The committee's recommendation is to offer a 3-year inmate medical service contract to the low bidder.
Okay. Gentlemen. Any questions for anyone? Staff, we have Denise here. We have some representatives from the Sheriff's Department who were on the review committee: Sandy Snow, Larry Lowe, Randy Shelton. I see Justin Steyerwalt. Miranda's not here. Denise is here. Gentlemen, I'll entertain questions you might have, or I'll entertain action.
I see that the process was done fairly. I appreciate those willing to rate or grade these 5 companies. A personal desire was granted that a local company had their desire to bid, and they did. But I see that it was all done in a very timely form. I know Denise has headed it up a lot. I've been involved with a few, and I thank those for their recommendation, and I will go along with that recommendation.
That's a motion, Mr. Johnson, to go along with the recommendation.
Well, I'm gonna hold my motion till maybe a few others might want to have something to say.
All right.
Sir?
Fine, just clarification. Anybody else got anything?
What does this cost us average per year up until this point? Do you know?
1.1, 1.2. Total for inside care and outside care, between 1.1, 1.3 million.
But for inside care.
For inside care, that's in the, I'm gonna have Denise come up here.
I'm not sure exactly the price, but I know this is a 35% increase over what Southern has done in their last contract with us.
Well, it's been in the 600-ish thousand
Yes.
range, I think, I
Yeah.
want to say, for in-house. It doesn't count what goes out and what we're billing to
Correct.
third parties and hospitals and so forth. So this is a 35% increase over their most current contract and bid.
Correct.
All right.
And that's mostly because of the larger increase, because they did not hold us, there's a per diem rate when we go over a certain number, and we were over that number for quite some time. And then now with the new jail with going up, so the increase is pretty indicative of that. And honestly, I'm actually pleased it was no more than it was, and was really actually surprised it was no more than it was, truthfully.
And I'm gonna say, we had a snafu last year, and then we had some issues. Are we better, or you think we're way better than we were? I'm gonna ask that question because I
Financially, as far as billing and.
billing and the whole 9 yards, the service that we're getting, is it way better?
Way. I'm going to say way, way better. And I will also let the sheriff's office come up and talk about the service part of it as well. Financially, taking them out of the financial piece has helped tremendously with the payments because we only have Prime involved in the scrubbing process and they also pay. So that's a much faster process. Before it was having to go through about 3 more loops before it got back to us. So that's one thing. Service wise, now that we have gone to 24/7, that has helped tremendously. That was a really, that has reduced our liability risk a lot in this. And they've saved 2 lives over there in like the last month and a half, the people that are Southern that's over there. So that's helped tremendously. Their service, they've not been out, they've been in, there's been no worrying about them not being there. Their service quality is good. They're making good decisions. And I'm basing this on conversations with the sheriff's office. So like I said, one of you guys want to come up and expound on that a little bit more?
We looked at.
Would one of you come up, represent the sheriff's department, and board might have some questions as far as, we talked about a couple things here. Financially, is the building back in order? But what I'm going to ask, Chief Lowe, how you?
Good, how you?
Good. Is service. What's the sheriff's department's opinion on current medical staffing and service and care for the prisoners?
We have absolutely nothing negative that we can say. Jail Administrator Shelton couldn't be here tonight, but he would tell you the same thing. We've had that conversation. It's been a 360-degree turn. Everything's been great. Can't say anything bad.
Well, thank you, sir. Gentlemen, any questions from either Denise or our
We held to
sheriff's
a
department?
binding contract for 3 years. Is that
The-
set in stone?
Well, we did put out that it would be a 3-year contract. However, there is a clause in there, which Ed and I worked on. So it can be broken if their service goes bad again, or if something happens. But the way the contract would be written is a 3-year service with the ability to extend to 1-year terms afterwards, but it has to be bid at the 5-year mark. And it could be bid at the 3-year mark, but it has to be bid at the 5-year mark.
And I assume, Ed, that is 4 calls? For what?
Mhm.
4 calls?
Yes. Mhm.
For legitimate calls?
And I think we gave them like 30 days to clean up their act. And if it's not cleaned up in 30 days, then basically we can break the contract with 30 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just jotted some notes, and I guess my thing was, there's a big difference in first and second, and not so much second and third place or in line.
Mhm.
Are we apples to apples on RFPs? I mean, looking at them, are we across the board apples to apples, or are we apples to oranges?
The only difference between 1 and 2, we are apples to apples in what was asked for in the RFP. So what was asked for and what was priced were apples to apples. Second, Scenic offered at no charge, they offered electronic records, which is something we do not do now. We do paper, and they offered that at no additional cost. So to make sure that we were being fair in our assessment, I priced that, just asked how much it would be, and it was about $100,000, but that still doesn't make up the price difference. I also want to make a really big point here. We looked at price, but that was not our determining factor as well on this, because again, in inmate medical, you want to save money, but you don't want to save money in areas where it's going to be a really high-risk liability. So we did look at years of experience. We did look at institutional. We looked at being in jails. We also looked at institutional years of service. We looked at how many hours they said they would have staff in the facility. Now, it's got to be covered 24/7, but for example, one might have 324-hour staff, one might have 208 staff. So we looked at all of that as well. So the committee looked at several factors, not just money. We did consider that obviously, because, we don't want to pay somebody 2.9 million for something that we know we have another company that's providing it successfully at $694,000, but we don't want that to be the only factor.
Okay. Gentlemen, questions? Okay. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Denise. You guys have any questions from anybody else you see sitting in the audience, or are you good to go? All right, gentlemen, you've heard the presentation. You have heard from Chief Deputy Lowe. You've heard from Denise Brown. What is the pleasure? I am looking for action.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion
Okay,
to accept the committee's recommendation to offer a 3-year inmate medical service contract to Southern Health Partners starting July the 4th, 2024. That's my motion, sir.
okay, thank you, sir. Have a motion to accept the contract from Southern Healthcare for inmate medical services. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. We have a motion. Commissioner Harris, a second by Commissioner Johnson to accept the contract and award it to Southern Health Partners for jail health. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to remind the Surry County Sheriff's Department and the Southern Health Partners that under general statute law, we are, I know Mount Airy Northern Regional Hospital, which we love both of our hospitals. They're 2 of the last 10 rural hospitals independent left in the state of North Carolina. And that under general statute law, we are obligated to send half of the patients that need to be transported to Mount Airy and the other half to Elkin. I know Mount Airy is a county chartered hospital but we want both of our hospitals to do well. And that's not any bias on my part. That's just simply abiding by the law. And we're obligated to follow the law. We're obligated to follow the letter of the law, in my opinion. And so I would expect that, unless somebody's life, I know it's a lot closer to Mount Airy than it is to Elkin, but unless somebody's life in danger, half those patients need to go to Elkin.
Yes, agreed. Any other comment? Yes, sir.
I'd like to say, I'd like to thank everyone that turned in their bids for this. It's a lot of hard work, a lot of hours that was put into it. And we appreciate the interest and just like to thank you for all the hard work you done.
Ed, direct me here. Legal counsel. With all due respect, I would love to hear what your question is and love to hear you, but I want to stay in compliance with expectations of our order and procedural way of conducting business. So probably not at this time, but thank you. I would invite you to come back at the open forum at the very next meeting. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, gentlemen, have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? None. I'm asking for a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Motion carries unanimously, and we've awarded the contract to Southern Health Partners. Thank you. Chris.
Next item is a carryover from the budget work session last Tuesday evening. As you know, the county is moving away from enterprise rental vehicles or fleet management for Surry County. And in this upcoming budget process or ongoing budget process, department heads are considering recommendations for vehicle purchases versus leases. With that being said, we do have a number of vehicles throughout county government that are still on lease contracts with enterprise. And the board had requested information about what it would cost to look at buyouts versus letting those leases run their course and then the county taking ownership of those vehicles. And you can see from attachment B in my items, there are 3 options there that have been put together by the finance office. The first is to purchase all vehicles from enterprise before the end of June this fiscal year, and that would cost $2,012,415. Option 2 would be to purchase half in this fiscal year and then the other half in next fiscal year. That would come to $1,974,593. And the third option is to allow all the leases to expire on their own, to pay them out month by month. And that is the cheapest option at $1,971,700. $797.
Okay, and you looking for action tonight on this? I understand time is of essence, and we need to be able to formulate this, calculate it into our ongoing,
In February, we instructed all the department heads and elected officials to budget for leases as normal, as well as purchases that they are recommending.
I generally start with you gentlemen for discussion, but I like option 3. I know it's a lot of trouble to start dispensing of vehicles in the middle of a lease here. So I'll just say I like option 3. I'll open it up. Gentlemen, comments, questions?
Well, Chris said that was the cheapest avenue, but is that the best avenue for us?
We think so, just to allow it to run its course, because instead of that money will be expensed out over a few years. And so the money we're not spending will be sitting in savings and accruing interest. And we just think that's probably more important. If we buy them out, we'll be expending it all. For instance, if we do it all at once, it'll be in June. If we break it up, we'll be doing something in June and then something in July or August. So we'll be sending that money, will be going out the door.
So it's good, so you're saying it's good business to do number 3?
That's what we would recommend.
All right, gentlemen?
I think it's more feasible to do option 3, spread it out over 6 years.
Okay. I'm gonna make a motion that we take option 3 and purchase the vehicles over time as the term ends. I'm looking for a second, gentlemen. Second from Commissioner Goins. Any discussion? Any more discussion? Being none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Chris.
As I mentioned before the meeting, I'm pulling the Invest in Surry, going to report back either April 30th or May 6th. Next item, I just want to mention that the May 6th meeting, which is our next regular meeting, will be held at the Mount Airy Museum of Regional History off-site. Board adopted, I think in February, made a calendar change to make that possible. So just notifying the public. There will be no public hearings that night. We will have open forum, but it will be at the Mount Airy Museum of Regional History in downtown Mount Airy. Also, May 2nd, we had the National Day of Prayer proclamation. In the consent agenda, there will be, as usual, a ceremony here at the Historic Courthouse at noon on May the 2nd. And also on May the 4th at the Farmers Market is the annual Surry County Food Truck Rodeo. I wanted to mention that as well.
Okay.
I believe that's all that I have, Mr. Chairman. After general county business, we do have a request for closed session.
All right, sir. Thank you, Mr. County Manager Chris Knopf. Gentlemen, I will open up comments for general county business, and I will start with you, Mr. Johnson.
Well, I think tonight shows that, even in our prayer, that we suggest that we weigh things out and discuss matters and things, and some left possibly unhappy but I'm glad that we were able to further another one that for more information, those things. And I feel like we did what we were supposed to do, serve what's best interest of Surry County. I'm blessed to live in Surry County, and I would like to invite everybody. I know the sheriff and some of his staff will be at Mount Airy High School football field Friday morning for Special Olympics. I would love for all of you, everybody, to come and share an hour or two there, and even give you a special invitation to stand in line with the Johnson Granite family and watch these young special, or old, all of them, these special men and women, young boys and girls, infants, whatever, parade across the ball field. And I would be more than proud to have you come and stand, and we can all applaud them and cheer for them as they cross the field. And something dear to my heart, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Johnson.
you all have a special invite.
Absolutely, and I plan to be there. Thank you. Commissioner Harris.
Thank you. I agree with Commissioner Johnson. We take information and we do the best we can for the Surry County taxpayers. We deliberate, and part of that is making people unhappy. But the taxpayer in the end is the winner. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Harris. Commissioner Goins.
A couple things. Friday,
Several of us participated in the Surry County Ring Out Child Abuse event held here at the historic courthouse. That was attended by a lot of folks, and we appreciate all that came out for that. I would like to take a minute. We did pass a proclamation last meeting in our consent agenda, and I think it's appropriate that we read that. We're still in the month of April. And it's Child Abuse Prevention Month proclamation, whereas the children are vital to our county's future success, prosperity, and the quality of life. And whereas all children deserve to live in safe, stable, nurturing homes and communities that are needed to support their healthy growth and development. And whereas preventing child abuse and neglect is a responsibility shared by everyone in our communities. And whereas communities that provide parents and caretakers with social support, knowledge of parenting and child development and resources to cope with the stresses of parenting, enhance their success in nurturing children to grow their full potential and increase positive childhood experiences. And whereas effective child abuse prevention strategies succeed because of partnerships created among schools, faith communities, healthcare providers, civic organizations, law enforcement agencies, and the business community. Now, therefore, be resolved, the Surry County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim April as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Surry County and calls upon all citizens, community agencies, faith groups, schools, medical facilities, businesses, civic organizations, and elected leaders to increase their participation in efforts to support families, thereby preventing child abuse and strengthen the communities in which we live. And I think that's important to note.
Thank you.
Also, my wife and I got to go down to Pilot Mountain. We just went down to the outdoor festival and expo Saturday, great event. We didn't get to go to the concert. Came back, spent some time in Mount Airy, but a great event put on by the town of Pilot, and we appreciate you guys doing that to bring more people into Surry County. Again, Larry, thanks for the invite to Special Olympics. I plan on being there. And I'd like to ask the board, we have a budget meeting on June 4th. I will be out of town on June 4th. Ask if we can possibly move that meeting to June 11th, Tuesday, June 11th, so that I could be in attendance. The budget will be presented on the 3rd, and I will not be here that night as well, so I'll be out of town. But if we could move that from the 4th to the 11th, I would appreciate you accommodating me on that.
I think that'll work with my calendar, gentlemen. You need to check, or are you able to commit tonight?
That will probably be the last time that we discuss the budget. Would that be a
Probably
correct
so.
statement?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's when we tweak it.
I was, Commissioner Johnson wants you here.
Thank you.
Yes, so everybody good with that date? Yeah, we're gonna try to accommodate that, Commissioner Long.
You would need to vote to amend the calendar.
Okay, I would like to ask for a motion to amend our calendar to include this last change, and request by Commissioner Bill Goins to change the date. And do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Motion from Commissioner Larry Johnson. Do I hear a second? Second from Commissioner Marion. Any discussion? None. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you. And we have amended the calendar. Yes, sir. Thank you. And we're glad to have you. Commissioner,
One more.
yes, sir. Go right ahead.
I've got a few things tonight. Board of Equalization, I've worked on that. I beat the bushes. I finally found somebody. Teresa Gray, she is a resident of Mount Airy. She's involved in several things in Mount Airy as well. She sits on some boards in Mount Airy as well. She is a business lady. She owns some real estate in Mount Airy. Has agreed to be a member of our Board of Equalization for Surry County, and I'd like to recommend her as a member of that board, and I'll get the county her information so you can give her a call. But I think she'll make a great board member. So I'll put her name before the board tonight as a candidate for that board position.
Thank you, Commissioner Goins. Anything else?
That's it.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Marion.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo what Commissioner Johnson said about the Special Olympics. It's probably the most fun one day of the year. Watching those athletes compete and smiles on their faces. It's pretty humbling, you know, they're just what the name is, they're special. And it's a great day to come out and celebrate them. I'll be there. Believe I'm gonna have the opening prayer that day. But come if you can, and echoing Commissioner Goins, Ring Out Child Abuse. That was a great event, and thank everyone for their hard work in planning that. Enjoy this beautiful week, and just know that our job's not always easy. And you're not always gonna please everybody, and most of the time, you're not even gonna please yourself. So, appreciate everyone coming out tonight, and, thank you for your interest.
Thank you, Commissioner Marion. And, Mr. Johnson, as said, thank you. My daughter is an EC teacher in the Davidson County schools, and she asks me every year, Daddy, you going to that Special Olympics? Now, you better go. So I look forward to seeing you there, and yes, I plan to be there as well. The Ring Out Child Abuse, wonderful thing. What a statement. Nobody and everyone that is anyone certainly doesn't want any child abused in any way. In keeping with reading out your resolutions, in the consent agenda tonight, you did hear that the county of Surry is going to observe a National Day of Prayer proclamation on the courthouse lawn. This is Van Tucker reading to you my proclamation declaring the National Day of Prayer and what it's about, and I'm quickly going to read it. It's whereas the National Day of Prayer has been a part of our nation's heritage since the first one was declared by the Continental Congress in 1775, and whereas the leaders of our nation have relied on the power of prayer throughout our history as a way of bringing citizens together to demonstrate all that we have in common, and whereas the leaders commonly and frequently urge citizens of faith to pray for our country and those who defend our freedoms at home and abroad. And prayer has given strength to people who are facing daily trials and tribulations, and it serves to express the love, gratitude, and concern. And whereas prayer is an important part of many citizens' daily lives, so it is incumbent upon our county leaders, or I'll say this as Van Tucker, an individual, to speaking, and these gentlemen I think would concur, but I'm speaking as Van Tucker, a citizen, to recognize the National Day of Prayer. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Surry County Board of Commissioners recognizes the National Day of Prayer, which will occur on this courthouse lawn on May the 2nd, 2024. And I encourage all citizens who desire to participate in this special occasion. With that, you got one more thing?
Mr.
Yes, sir, Mr.
Do we want
Johnson.
to take action on bills, that ma'am is going to serve on the Board of Adjustments?
Yes, I think that needs to be filled, and I had talked with Bill earlier, and I deferred that to you guys in the Mount Airy District.
Do we want to do it?
Yeah,
today?
yeah, let's look for a motion
I'll
to,
make a motion
Okay.
that we appoint Teresa Gray to the Board of Equalization.
okay? So,
I'll second that.
all right, motion and a second from Mr. Goins and Mr. Johnson. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay, we're good. Anything else? Chris, you have anything else?
Only for closed session.
Okay,
Going to
looking for a
closed
motion to go into close. Motion from Commissioner Goins, second from Commissioner Marion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We are going into closed, and thank you, folks.
Yep, unlucky. And I thought, if I were you, very unlucky. When the son.
I know. Drinking that water? Yeah. Okay, gentlemen, I don't believe we have any business coming out of closed. I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. Motion, Commissioner Eddie Harris. Second, Commissioner Bill Goins. You were here. All in favor,